I must thank the AIT team particularly to support us throughout the last 6 months. I would say that while every now and then we have been communicating with them, they have done excellent job. We are united here with our commitment to harnessing the power of business for the betterment of society. Our theme of this conference revolves around pivotal aspects of social business research, its objectives, methodologies, and priorities. These elements serve as the guiding light for our collective journey towards a more equitable and sustainable future. For many of us, this gathering marks a significant occasion as we come together in person following the COVID-19 pandemic for an academic conference on social business. Actually, this is the first academic conference after social business, although we met for social business summit and social business day activities. So we're so very delighted. Throughout the past decade, we have witnessed the profound impact of social business in tackling poverty, unemployment, health, and environmental challenges. The essence of social business lies in its pursuit of social, ethical, and environmental objective while maintaining financial self-sufficiency. This two-day conference on social business research will focus on social business aims, methodologies, and emphasis concerning their social influence. Firstly, let us explore the objectives of social business research. At its core, social business seeks to address pressing social challenges while ensuring financial sustainability. Thus, our social research endeavors aim to identify innovative solutions that not only generate profit, but also create meaningful social impact. No matter what social problems we address, our objectives remain rooted in advancing the well-being of individuals and communities worldwide. Next, social business methodologies that play a vital role in our pursuit of knowledge creation and knowledge transformation. As researchers and practitioners, we recognize the importance of interdisciplinary approaches, collaboration, and rigorous analysis. From quantitative studies measuring social return on investment to qualitative inquiries uncovering lived experiences, our methodologies must be diverse, inclusive, and rigorous. By embracing a spectrum of research methods, we can gain deeper insights into the complexities of social business and refine our strategies for maximum effectiveness. Let us now turn to our priorities in social business research. In a rapidly evolving global landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize areas with greatest potential for impact. Thus, this includes exploring emerging trends such as social entrepreneurship, impact investing, and corporate social responsibility. Moreover, we must also address systematic issues of inequality, injustice, and environmental degradations. By prioritizing research that tackles root causes and empowers marginalized communities, we can drive meaningful change at both local and global levels. As we embark on this journey of exploration and discovery, let us remember that our work extends far beyond confines of academia or boardrooms. It is about catalyzing real-world change, amplifying voices of the unheard, and building a more just and sustainable society for generations to come. Faculty members, professionals, researchers are actively involved in investigating various aspects of social business. Every year, there is a growing number of academics entering in the field to make further contribution towards building a better world. Leading business schools worldwide have integrated social business into their core activities. Academics globally are dedicated to incorporating the concept of social business into academic curricula, exploring social business principles, assessing the impact on communities, and expanding the current theories surrounding social business. I hope academicians, researchers, practitioners, professionals, and participants who join this conference would benefit from this gathering. I thank all the members of AIT social business team for providing us enormous support to hold this conference. At the end, I urge each of you to approach this conference with open minds, collaborative spirits, and steadfast commitment to our shared mission. Together, let us chart a course towards a future where business becomes a force for a world and where every individual has opportunity to thrive. So with all this, once again, those who are new researchers, new professionals and academics, those who come over here, I would request all of you to join with us in our team to extend our research and academic activities on social business arena. And we would expect that more and more papers in the upcoming conference we are going to have. Thank you very much also for having me over this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdul Hanan Chowdhury. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Lamia Morshed, the Executive Director at the Yunus Center at Bangladesh, to join us on stage.
Professor Yunus, Professor Nitin Tripathi, Acting President of AIT, Admin Faculty of AIT, Dr. Faiz, Professor Cam, Professor Hannan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Yunus Center, I'm delighted to welcome you to the 11th Social Business Academia Conference 2024, co-organized by Yunus Center and Asian Institute of Technology and Yunus Center at AIT. It gives us great pleasure to welcome you to our yearly conference around social business and academia. We are very excited that AIT is hosting the conference here on its beautiful, lush campus. AIT was one of the earliest institutions to create a Yunus Center and are celebrating 15 years of their existence this year. And so it is very apt and wonderful that we all assemble here for the SBAC this year. Yunus Center, which I represent, was established in 2006 to promote the concept and practice of social business, including microcredit as social business, and actually supports all the works and endeavors and initiatives of Professor Yunus in Bangladesh and around the world. I myself am not an academic, but embedded in these activities for 30 years now, last December, 14 years with Grameen Trust, which was involved with the global replication of microcredit, and 16 years since its inception as ED of the Yunus Center. So we promote Professor Yunus's vision of creating a world of 3 zeros: zero wealth concentration, zero unemployment by unleashing entrepreneurship in all, and zero net carbon emissions for ending global warming. This vision is born out of the experience of social businesses created by Professor Yunus and implemented by his colleagues over 50 years in the field in Bangladesh and all around the world, that have shown that people have the power to transform their lives through their own hard work and initiative if we can provide the right framework that enables the release of their creativity to achieve that. Microcredit and social business, which is defined by Professor Yunus as a non-dividend company that solves social problems, are two breakthrough ideas and practice of Professor Yunus, two powerful tools in the toolkit to achieve this vision of a world of 3 zeros. Both in practice, but also through changing the way we educate our young people in our colleges and universities. And that is where the academia network, the YSBC program, and this conference come in. Yunus Center has been the connecting point for the network of Yunus social business centers carrying the Yunus name. This began just around 15 years ago or more, I would say, with universities coming to Professor Yunus to say that they would like to include the ideas of microcredit and social business into their teaching programs. And also the idea that Professor Yunus has been promoting that universities should not just be preparing young people as job seekers, but also as job creators by becoming entrepreneurs. More and more of these universities started gathering round over the years. We now have 107 Yunus Social Business Centers in 39 countries, many of whom are represented here. Each have an agreement MOU with Yunus Center, and each focusing on bringing social business and entrepreneurship into the mainstream of teaching at their universities. But it's not just teaching, but a range of activities, including events such as this one, workshops, trainings, competitions, initiating actual social businesses while students are still in university, and research, which is the topic of this year's conference. And this is something that Yunus Center, as well as the universities that make up this network, are trying to spur. We are adding new YSBCs every year in every region of the world. Some example of what's happening, besides Thailand, where Yunus Center at AIT and Kasetsart universities, these were the first two universities to start YSBCs in Thailand. We now have NIDA and PAYAP universities. They are here today, and we look forward to hearing what they have been doing together with the Yunus Thailand and many new partners that have joined to make Thailand a leading ground for transformation through social business. There are many more universities coming into the fold in Thailand, which is very exciting to see. I want to just mention a few of the examples in the network, just to give a sense of the diversity of what we have in this global academia network. HEC Paris, which was the first Yunus Chair in France, it celebrated its 15 years last year to 2023 with Professor Yunus, and they continue to implement their hallmark social business certificate and provide an academic hub for all the social business practitioner network in France. University of Florence, also one of the earliest YSBCs, the first in Italy, which carries out research and which implements the social business city program in the ancient city of Pistoia, which has extended to Barcelona in Spain, Taiyuan in Taiwan. They also have been key to set up the YSBC at the University of Bethlehem in East Jerusalem, and are part of the severe network that carries out research at the University of Florence, together with a number of other universities in Ireland, Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France. Many other Italian universities have joined in, and there are vibrant and enthusiastic network of YSBCs within Italy. There's Kyushu University, that is the hub in Japan. That's also the earliest to start up a YSBC in that country and have pioneered many programs in Japan and in the region related to healthcare and technology especially. There's Glasgow Caledonian University, represented today, here today by Professor Cam Donaldson, who's the chair of the scientific committee of this conference right from the outset, together with his colleague Olga from GCU. They had the first center dedicated to health and social business, and participated in setting up the Glasgow, the Grameen Caledonian College of Nursing, which is a leading nursing college in Bangladesh, and is a stunning example of collaboration of academia with practice to create a transformative social business that is training rural girls and boys to become world-class nurses in Bangladesh. In a completely different part of the world, Yunus Center is carrying out a research program with GCU for East Africa, where we have 8 YSBCs, all of which came up during the COVID period. There's George Washington University in Washington, DC, which last year launched the Yunus Initiative at that university, which will focus on research on extreme poverty and deprivation, led by Dr. James Foster. We'll be hearing from them through a video message later in this conference. Yunus Center and YY Ventures and the 30 Club have completed social business academia and practice programs in Colombia and East Africa, and have launched into 2023 new programs in Mexico and Brazil. Please watch out for new programs with those universities in those countries that will take place in 2024. We have Al-Bukhari University, of which Professor Yunus is chancellor, and which announced the Yunus Master's degree in social business, modeled on the Yunus Master's pioneered by Yunus Center at AIT, and who co-hosted with us the very successful Social Business Day 2023 in Langkawi. The AIU has put social business as a core of their mission of the university, and the team from AIU, Dr. Soraya and her colleagues, are here with us. We went after Langkawi to Sunway University, which in Malaysia, which also has established a YSBC. And we're excited that new director, Stephen Homer, is here with us. And also Professor Joseph Lee of INTI with his colleague, Dr. Song. There's also HEC Montreal in Canada that have are leading a global social business creation competition, which now encompasses thousands of young participants. They're also collaborating with AIT. And now Yunus Center AIT is hosting with us the Social Business Academia Conference. These are the two annual events that Yunus Center organizes to bring together the network, one around academia and the other around the network of practitioners and academics. I'm pleased to announce that the Social Business Day, which is the largest social business event every year, will take place in Manila on the 27th to 29th of June, 2024, co-hosted by Yunus Center and the Negros Women for Tomorrow Foundation. Raymond, Andy, and the team from NWTF are here. Please speak to them. We hope many of you will come to that. We're expecting about 1,000 people. And the programs besides Social Business Day will include a day for academia and for the 30 Club Convention. Besides being the connecting point for the YSBC network, Yunus Center also hosts events and competitions and coordinates visits to the sea. And this is an important one, which I wanted to mention. We organize the visits to the social businesses in Bangladesh through internship program, immersion program, and exposure program. We had a kind of temporary pause for COVID, but since December 2022, these are up and running again. And we are curating these programs for you to come and see the social businesses in practice, including the nursing college, including the Nobeen program, including all of the social businesses in specially customized programs. Like my colleagues Zeenat and Tanzina are here. If you want to come and visit the social businesses in Bangladesh, please speak to them. They're the ones coordinating that. This is the 11th Social Business Academia Conference, and it's usually hosted with Grameen Creative Lab and a university partner. I want to acknowledge Hans Reitz of GCL, who enabled us to have this conference alongside the Global Social Business Summit over many years. This year, we are thrilled that Yunus Center AIT, together with Yunus Thailand and AIT, are co-organizing this with us on the anniversary of their 15 years. AIT has served as a pioneer of social business academia, not just in the region, but around the world. They have this model with Yunus Thailand that has become a powerhouse for social business promotion and practice in Thailand and beyond. And we urge all the participants to look at what they have done and are doing to take this whole field forward in new and innovative directions and through scaled up actions. For SBAC, we had 44 papers submitted this year, of which I understand 24 will be presented at this conference, both by physical presenters, but also through online and recorded messages. These will be presented in parallel sessions today and tomorrow. I want to thank those who have come in person to present their papers. Thank you very much. And also to those who will be presenting online. We also have a number of exciting plenaries, which will present rich experiences in academia from around the global network. We have nearly 200 participants, with 168 registering from Thailand through Yunus Center AIT and 38 from other countries through the Yunus Center. We have participants, I understand, from 20 countries. I want to acknowledge and thank our scientific committee, just chaired by Professor Cam Donaldson. We are delighted to have with us also Professor Faiz Shah and Professor Hannan Chaudhry, who has been pushing forward the whole social business in academia in Bangladesh like no other for the last 15 years, and Dr. Ashir Ahmed, who have gone through all the papers this year and selected those that will be presented here. Without their guidance and their diligent work every year, we would not be able to do this. I would like to thank Dr. Faiz and all the team at Yunus Center AIT, Callum and the Yunus Thailand team for their warm welcome and for hosting us here. We are just delighted. I would like to thank the Yunus Center team, including my colleagues Zeenat and Tanzina, who are here with us, who have been driving things from our side, and our colleagues Aziz, Shihab, and Shazib, Nazneen and Saidul from Grameen Communications, who are not here, but have been put in a lot of effort behind the scenes for this year's and previous year's SBACs. I would also like to thank the MDs of all the social businesses in Bangladesh, whose work in many sectors provide the basis for our academic work and the many presentations, practitioners through Yunus Social Business, Yunus Environment Hub, and Yunus Sports Hub that are taking social business practice into new directions. I'm sure I'm missing many others who are here and they are also responsible for us being here today. Last but not least, I would like to thank Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, around whose vision and work we are all gathering, and who continues to provide new inspiration and impetus to the movement, and from whom everyone is waiting to hear. We are absolutely thrilled that he could come to the conference. We are looking forward to interacting with all of you today and tomorrow, and stay in touch beyond that to continue to make the conference and the academic network strong and powerful and at the cutting edge of new thinking. An important message this year is one of perseverance and forging ahead. even in the face of challenges. It's picking up momentum, and we must keep plugging away to come closer to making the vision of a world of 3 zeros, the world of our dreams, a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lamia Murshid. Last but not least, we would like to invite Professor Nitin Tripathi, the Vice President for Academic Affairs at AIT, to join us on stage.
Good morning, Professor Muhammad Yunus, distinguished speakers, delegates of the 11th Social Business Academia Conference, faculty, and students from AIT and other universities who are represented here today, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Asian Institute of Technology for this very special 11th Social Business Academia Conference. Please allow me to acknowledge and thank Professor Yunus for hosting this event at AIT. As a globally renowned Nobel laureate, who was also conferred with an honorary degree of doctorate from our institute in 2004. So it is a 2 decade of celebrating it also here. We welcome Professor Yunus back to our campus. Thank you very much, Professor Yunus. Indeed, this special event is also an opportunity for our institute to mark 15 years of Yunus Center, which has been doing great as far as involving the technological changes for sustainable development and poverty alleviation in the Asia-Pacific region through higher education, research, and outreach. They are developing new technologies, innovative methods, pursuing scientific excellence, and augmenting human capacity in Asia and beyond. And they have been functioning for AIT and keeping the vision of Yunus Center high. And I'm sure that through their efforts, we are moving forward towards achieving the sustainable development goal, which is a little difficult to achieve by 2030, but we are making all efforts. The vision of Yunus Center is well aligned. I will say AIT's vision is well aligned with the vision of Professor Yunus for serving the society through social business. And Yunus Center at AIT is doing its best for training and capacity enhancement in Asia and the world. One of the very important example I will mention that has recently happened, Yunus Center in AIT has organized B-Power SAR 100 program, where South Asian female engineers led by our Yunus Center. This remarkable project was conducted to train 100 women energy leaders from Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Train them in energy transition and policy and business approaches for meeting low carbon or no carbon energy targets, which is remarkable. Once you train the females and ladies, they train the house, society, and the communities, and ultimately the nation. So I think this was a big effort. So I would like to say thank you to Dr. Faz for his efforts through the Yunus Center. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you are here this morning and you will be here for the next 2 days. I will say that you have made the right decision to meet the social business leaders, academicians, and researchers. And of course, you are going to have the prime time with Professor Yunus himself to discuss and get guided for your future research, academy, and other services for the society. I hope this conference will be a platform for dynamic discussions. It will be hot, it will be warm, and not quiet. You can exchange ideas, collaborations in this ever-changing technological world and where we are working towards environmental and social governance now. I think there is a lot of exciting things going to happen in the next decade, and I'm sure the vision of Professor Yunus is very much needed to guide us further. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not hold you much because we want to listen to Professor Yunus and interact with him. So once again, let us welcome to Professor Yunus to AIT and campus. And I wish you all the best for a very warm conference, very fruitful conference, and finally, your journey back home comfortably. So looking forward to these 2 days. Let us welcome again with applause to Professor Yunus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nitin Tripathi, and all distinguished speakers for your welcome remarks. And now, in proceeding with the program, we have the distinct pleasure once again of introducing our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Muhammad Yunus, for today's keynote address. Professor Yunus, a towering figure in the realm of social business entrepreneurship, needs very little introduction. As the founder of the groundbreaking microfinance institution, Grameen Bank, Professor Yunus has dedicated his life to alleviating poverty and promoting social change through innovative economic models. In 2006, Professor Yunus was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his visionary efforts in pioneering microcredit and empowering millions of individuals, particularly women, to lift themselves out of poverty. As the chairman of Yunus Center, Bangladesh, he continues to be a beacon of hope and inspiration for social entrepreneurs and change makers around the world. His groundbreaking work has not only transformed countless lives, but has also reshaped our understanding of the potential for business to serve as a force of good for society. Professor Yunus, we are deeply honored by your presence here today. Your tireless dedication to social justice and economic empowerment serves as a guiding light for us all. Thank you for taking the time to join us and share with us your invaluable insights. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Muhammad Yunus up on stage.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fantastic to be here. And first of all, I want to congratulate Yunus Center at AIT for the 15th anniversary. Let's give a big applause for that. It's a long journey. It's a long journey and a very brave journey. It's not easy when you begin something differently, not in a normal system, normal way of doing things, but in a different way of doing things, almost challenging everybody else. So that's what AIT, Yunus Center at AIT has done. There are no examples of AIT, Yunus Centers there at that time. It was a brave decision to create Yunus Center at AIT and not knowing exactly what it should be doing. There's an emotion behind it. There's a mission behind it, but not really seen in the real life. They set the path. So that's a very important thing that what AIT has done. Let's give it another applause for setting the path for this. Today we are coming back. And again, path-breaking thing, it's 2004, as Professor Nitin Tripathi has mentioned, giving me an honorary doctorate in this campus. 2004 is quite different than 2006. Because in 2006, everybody knew what Grameen is, what the microcredit is. 2004 was very hazy. You don't know what this crazy guy is doing in that sort. And something called Grameen Bank. But AIT took the lead. EIT is supposed to be technology institute, not a business institute, not a banking institute, not a social institute, as normally you understand. But they took the position and took the decision to bring me in to give an honorary doctorate and organize a big student gathering. I still remember a very crowded group of young people sitting and crowding, standing all around. So drawing attention to something that I do, still not mainstream, not well known in academic world. So that's a very brave decision AIT has taken publicly and stood behind it ever since. So again, thank AIT for that. Let's give a big applause for AIT. Lead the path. I mentioned this because my struggle, along with what I did and what I try to do, is about academia. My first action was kind of challenging the academia. That's how the whole thing started. And I was repeatedly saying those days, and still repeat that. I said I wasted my time going to the university, learning things in the books, and getting a degree to learn nothing, because I'm not useful to anybody. So I was kind of blaming myself from going through all this path in academic journey and becoming a useless person. So academia has made me a useless person. I have no ability to make myself useful to another human being. And that kind of depressed me. And I was trying to figure out how to get rid of the things that I learned, because they have put me in the wrong path. I wanted to see what is the right path. I had no idea. So one way that resolved this issue back in 1974, 1975, can I make myself useful to one human being, at least one human being? That was my first step. How do I do that? So I defined my own way of doing that, going to the village next door to the university campus, to be with the people in that village, extremely poor, destitute, half-starved. 1974 in Bangladesh was a famine year. People were dying everywhere of hunger, lying on the street, dead bodies lying on the street. So that's the circumstances that we are looking at, the beautiful campus, Chittagong University, in a village next door, totally destitute. Within the campus, I was raising the question, if university is the reservoir of all the knowledge of the world, that's what's supposed to be a university. What good is that reservoir if that knowledge doesn't spill over to the people next door? I don't need that knowledge if it doesn't give anything to people. So my colleagues in the university didn't pay any attention to what I was saying. So I kind of took myself in a lonely path, took my students with me. That was the journey. Ever since, I'm challenging what the academia does. And I keep saying, the problems that we created in the world is emanating from the campuses. They are the creator of all the problems of the world. I'm harsh about it, but I keep repeating it because my earlier statement in my own work was saying about poverty, because everybody is asking, can poverty be overcome? And my answer was always, still, poor people don't create poverty, or people do not create poverty. Poverty is created by our thinking, our system, the way we have designed our society, our economy, and so on. That creates poverty. So we want to overcome poverty. Don't run after the poor people. Run after the people who design things for the society. Theories, concepts, institutions. They are responsible for it. There's nothing wrong with human being. I still believe that. I stand on it. There's nothing wrong with human being. Simply our wrong thinking created a wrong world. So I continue in that path and became very visible during the pandemic. Suddenly, I start seeing things again, what is happening to the world. And as pandemic was moving on, governments were getting very nervous because the economy has stalled. It doesn't function anymore. Nothing is working. And they're desperate to get it started. You remember they were giving bailout packages, enormous amount of bailout packages, depending on what kind of government you have in your country or how rich you are in economy. Some are providing millions. Some are providing billions of dollars as a bailout package. Some are offering trillions of dollars just to get the engine started. And there I was pleading, please don't start the engine again. It's a wrong engine. I wrote an article supported by all our friends in the academy. No going back. We must not restart the engine. This is a wonderful opportunity given by the pandemic to design a new engine and go with the new engine. Forget about the old engine. It would have taken a lot of our efforts to stop the going engine. Pandemic gave us a chance to stop it. So we didn't have to make any efforts. It's a gift that we got. Pandemic is a gift for us to redesign the society, redesign the economic thinking, and start that. And I'm very happy. Again, coming support from the various Yunus Social Business Centers at the university. Professors came out supporting that. And it became a op-ed in many international newspapers. But policymakers couldn't pay any attention to that. They are busy starting the engine. And I keep screaming that don't start the engine. Build engine, new. This is a good chance. Take small steps and move. We missed the chance. So COVID gave us an opportunity. In academia, part of the academia, at least within our fraternity, stood by it, pleaded for it, but we missed it. Then come another chance in the COVID-19. Vaccine. Vaccine was not developed yet. There's discussion going on. 2020. We started claiming that this vaccine should be made patent-free. There should not be any ownership, what they call intellectual property right. I said, this is against the interest of the people. People will die to let some people to make money. I give examples of polio vaccine. The person who designed the polio vaccine, he himself said this should be patent-free so that everybody has access to polio vaccine. And he did it. So this is nothing unknown. But the countries after countries refuse that. And again, the support from many our colleagues in the Yunus Social Business Centers and their work with the media to build up support. So what we're doing today, Academia Conference, is not just Academia Conference. It's a movement to undo things, which is pulling us back so that we can go forward in a new way, new path, new direction. And COVID-19 gave us this opportunity. We demonstrated it's real. So we campaign country after country to our colleagues through different YSBCs to persuade their government to vote for
eliminating intellectual property right for vaccine. Gradually, we gathered momentum. Many international organizations started supporting us, joined us in the campaign. We came closer and closer at WTO, which has to get the voting, total consensus, 100% voting. We were very excited, country after country was supporting us. But the final voting, 10 countries didn't vote. It needed 100% voting. So patent stayed. What was the outcome? We were frustrated. We criticized all the governments who didn't vote. The outcome was very clear. Vaccine came. Profit makers got very excited. They'll be making lots of money. They did lots of money. But 80% of all the vaccines produced in the world went only to 10 countries of the world because they could pay high prices. They are the one who are excited that vaccine came. They bought vaccines at a very high price, not just for the number of people they have in their country, but twice the number, three times the number, 4 times the number, 5 times the number to make stocks. The remaining countries starved of vaccine. People died. I said, this is a very clear case. Profit versus life. In this game that we created around us, profit always wins. And this is the case that profit won. People died. So we want to undo that. Since then, we're campaigning and we're very happy because pandemic period was very exciting period for us for campaigning because things were so vivid, so clear. We didn't have to speculate anything. It's happening right next to us. Universities after universities supported us. One university in the UK, King's College, they were developing the vaccine. They said, we want to insist that our vaccine will be patent-free. So we collaborated with each other to produce at least one patent-free vaccine. Unfortunately, they couldn't finish their job. In the meantime, vaccine started coming to the market. They lost all the initiatives because donors, funders who were providing the funding, particularly government, stopped funding them. So they couldn't do that. But we are very happy. We are not the lone voice in the world. The people who are actually developing the vaccine, they are with us to make sure that we do the right thing and it becomes a permanent thing. It's not something that only for the vaccine of the pandemic. So the pandemic, one pandemic is gone, many pandemics on the way. But still we have to raise this question. And we have been initiating and have got a lot of support from the universities, Yunus centers, in the social business centers to make pharmaceutical industry as a social business. I said, that's where all the problem lies. Because all the pharmaceutical companies are there to make lots and lots of money. That's their job. And that's what we teach in our school, to make money. So I come back again, criticizing ourselves. We created the problem right here on the campus. They just repeat this, whatever we have produced as our ideas about the right thing to do, maximize our share of profit. Our business school teaches that. So we said, no, pharmaceutical industries could be social business. So now we're in the campaign for creating pharmaceutical companies as a social business. We produce vaccines, we produce medicines, we produce health products, not for making money for ourselves. We do that to make sure people remain healthy, disease-free. We cover the cost. Our intention is not to make big money, get the stock market go up, way up, hitting the ceiling, and we relax and make money because we are charging extraordinary prices because they are desperate. They are about to face death. They will do anything to buy your product. So medicines are that area. So we must address that. If academics are conscious, they have to address this. So to bring it in the concluding part of it, all the problems in the world that we create, I'm becoming very kind of unkind probably. All the problems we created around the world, in a way, was produced in the campuses. We are responsible for that. That's why we're having this conference. Where we went wrong? If our thinking, if our designing creates the world that we see, shouldn't we go back and redesign it? Because the world is designed in a very wrong way. Since we have produced all the problems of the world, we meaning our academic community, if it's still I'm considered as a part of the academia, because that's where I'm coming from. And continuously, aggressively addressing this issue, academia has to fix themselves so that we can fix the world. We created the problems of the world. We are equipped to solve the problems of the world. Because we know where we went wrong, where it needs to be fixed. That's why we come back and organize this academia conference. Thanks to Professor Cam Donaldson to initiate that in the beginning. We had no idea that we could do that. He said, we can do that. And ever since he's behind it and we gathered around him. And thank you, Faisha, for supporting that. And thank you, AIT, for giving us the opportunity this year to hold it here. So it's our job. We have to accept that. We have the capacity to solve the problems of the world because we created the problems of the world. In a simple way, I try to say that we created a wrong civilization completely. A self-destructive civilization. The civilization that we are part of now is designed to self-destruct itself. And that's why we say in different languages with the same thing. We get worried about global warming. We should. Because this is going to destroy the whole world. The world will not exist. Our COP25, COP26, and 29 is not going to solve it unless we solve it in the campus. COPs can only repeat things what the academicians have told them. They cannot come up with an alternative design. This is our job. So this civilization is up for destruction, destroy itself. It's a self-destructive civilization. Global warming is one. Another one, dangerous one. We don't have COPs in that. Wealth concentration. No matter how wealthy we get, wealth goes only one direction. Up top. Few people in the society monopolize all the wealth. And that few people become fewer as days go by. That doesn't add anybody, just reduce the number of people because wealth continues to go in one direction. Common people stays on the ground because they cannot retain their wealth. Because we created an economic system, it's a very funny system. It kind of sucks up wealth from everywhere, pushes to the top. I said, we have developed that machine which sucks up all the wealth. We can reverse it too. How to bring all the wealth on the top to down. That's our capacity, creativity to make it happen. Why don't we do that? If we don't do that, wealth concentration as a problem is more explosive than global warming. We will destroy ourselves. It cannot just go on like this. It's not just within the country, globally. All the wealth of the world goes to few countries of the world. And COVID-19 demonstrated very well. Like I said, only 10 countries got all the COVID-19 vaccines. These are the countries where all the wealth resides. Exactly the same 10 countries. The rest of the world is tiny pieces that we got. Because we have created a system which pushes wealth in one direction. So we have to redesign it, find out why does it happen? We are the technicians, we are the theoreticians, we are the designers. We can make it happen. And that's why the idea of social business came. It's not, as long as we have a profit-centric world, we cannot get away from it. So we need to create an alternate system where profit doesn't go in one direction. Maximization profit is not the only thing. We said we can create business to solve problems. I gave you examples of pharmaceutical companies. Social business is a business to solve problems with no intention of making any personal money. People say it's crazy. Whoever will be interested to create such a business, why should they do that? And I have to come up with the kind of simple answer to that. I keep saying making money may be happiness, but making people happy is a super happiness. So that's an incentive. I said, no, we never get super happy. I said, you never did it. You do it, then you'll find out. I said, social business is a very intoxicating experience. If you take only one area, healthcare, you can convince everybody in the world. What a wonderful way to solve people's problem. Create social business. It's not an unknown idea because we are so good at charity. We give away money. So we're not saying something new. Simply we're saying charity is a great idea, but it has a limitation. Money goes out, it never comes back. I said, why didn't you use the money to come back without any intention of making personal profit out of it? Business will make profit, profit will plow back into the business because your intention, your objective is to solve the problem. So that's why we're here. Where are we on social business? Now we hear from very unexpected quarters their interest in social business. And people say, are they serious? I said, everybody has to be serious sooner or later. It's a question of time. Because we have to create a new civilization, which is detached from profit maximization. Today, profit maximization blinded us completely. We don't see the world, we don't see human being, we see only money, we sniff money. So we had to become a human being. A human being can see things clearly, realize it very clearly. That's what the job of the campuses, universities, what we teach to our young people. What is it that we're handing over? What knowledge we hand over to the next generation? Wrong one or the right one? That's why it's very important to have the social business centers. At least make a feeble voice that no, you have to do it differently. So that people, when they get into trouble, then they look at it. Until then, they feel very happy. World is so good. Because they make money for themselves. We said we can create a completely new civilization based on new basis. Human values, whatever we define as a human value. Human value, we have a common thing about human values, sharing and caring as a human being. That will be the core of the economy, core of everything else. So we have to create a new civilization, and we talk about it by saying it will be a world of 3 zeros. 0 net carbon emission, 0 wealth concentration, and 0 unemployment. Unemployment is also an interesting issue. I'll just briefly touch that. And because you are all experts on that, artificial intelligence. I said, that's going to destroy the world. At the moment, it looks very exciting, but the potential of it is very dangerous. Once you let it loose, you cannot stop. Don't create any technology where you don't have control. Technology is a tool. Always it has to be a tool. Meaning a human being is in charge. Technology will facilitate it only. If technology started dictating human being, deciding what the human being should be doing or not doing, then we are done, finish. Artificial intelligence, now as it exists in the thinking process, takes us to that path where we lose control. It's not the technology anymore because it's not a tool. It's something has its own mind, and that's a dangerous outcome. And if we do not put a red line on it right now, how far technology should go, where it should stop, if it crosses the red line, human beings' story will be over on this planet because they are no longer the deciding community on this planet. So those are the basic issues that we want to keep. And the young people are the one who will be doing that because their mind is fresh and we're dealing with fresh minds. Don't please contaminate them. If you contaminate, you are extending your process. So be careful what kind of world we want and how to prepare them for that world. And they are capable of doing that. So we rely heavily on the young generation because their mind is still free, uncontaminated. And make sure they take charge. Help them to take charge. They know what to do. And that's why we are encouraging creating 3-0 clubs. I'm sure you'll be discussing in your discussions, the academic conference about the 3-0 clubs. We invite young people aged from 12 to 35 to create 3-0 clubs, promising to himself, herself, that I will not contribute to global warming personally. I will not do anything which will contribute to global warming. It's not a call for the whole world. It's just addressing myself as a person, member of the 3-0 club. I will not use plastic. If I do it 7 days a week, I'll do 6 days a week as a first step. Then try to make it 5 days a week and gradually 0 days a week. I'm free from plastic. I'm free from global warming. I will not do anything which enhances global wealth concentration or even a local wealth concentration. I will not participate because I will not go after the profit making. I will create social business to solve problems. That's my life mission because I want to be useful to human beings. I don't want to destroy human beings. That's not my mission. I have to decide what is my mission on this planet. What do I do? Why am I here? And I think that's the essence of all education. What is my role on this planet? But we don't discuss that. We simply say, go out and take a job, be the chief. That's not the purpose of human being. So we go back and say job is a wrong idea. We defined, this is what we created in our campuses, the idea of jobs. It's a completely wrong idea. Human beings are not born to slave to somebody else. Anybody, whoever it is, just for survival. We are entrepreneurs. So we help young people to become entrepreneurs of the kind they want, whether they want to make money, whether they want to solve problems, social business, that's a separate discussion. But they are entrepreneurs. Help them to become entrepreneurs. But all campuses in the world say we are producing job-ready young people. That's a shame. Why should we let them become the slaves of other people? They are independent, creative human beings, unlimited creative capacity with which he or she is born. You cut it off by giving him or her a job. Job is the end of creativity because it's a pre-designed activity who is designed by somebody else, not you. You just follow the path. So those are the issues that we discussed, and this is very important now. We're in a very critical stage of the planet. We have to make these decisions quickly, and I'm very happy the responses that we got during the pandemic, because it's a big, huge crisis, the global crisis. It's all aimed at the same direction. That's why we could raise this issue, took it all the way to WTO. We are nobody to go to WTO, but world took it seriously. We talked about no going back. People took it seriously because they knew that we have no scapegoat. This path has no scapegoat. No matter how we follow, is a destructive path. So we have to build a new path. And the designers are here. We have to design it. And that's the challenge that we take. And we can make it happen. Nobody understood when we did the microcredit, crazy thing, little money for poor people, that doesn't solve problem. People came around saying that's very, very significant step. Although they took only little step, there's so much more steps to be taken. Entire banking system has to be changed. The banking system is a system to promote wealth concentration. That's how it is designed. So we have to undo it, reverse it, so that wealth is kind of giving you back gear. So the wealth goes to the people, not to few families. That's not what the economy is all about, or the life is all about. So those are the issues that we have to raise, we have to discuss, we have to bring to an end. And we take small steps, but very significant steps. People ask me, well, you create these 30 clubs, these 5 young people, are they going to change the world? I said, yes. Because the whole world is doing the reverse, contributing to global warming, contributing to wealth concentration, contributing to unemployment and all that. If one take the step that I'm not going to do it, I'm free. I'm a 30 person. I'm not responsible for anything that goes on under the 3 categories that we mentioned. If one club, 5 young people can do that, it's a question of taking the next step, second one, third one, whole world changes. That's how all long, difficult journeys begin. Take the first step. So all we are asking for is taking the first step. And this meeting, this gathering is important because we are taking that first step. Look very funny in the context of the world situation and all that. Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing as you look at it. But very significant when you look the future of it. Because everybody has to come to that. You have no escape. Global warming is not going to let you go. Speeches will not end this thing. I said, our house is burning. But in this burning house, we're having parties inside the house and making speeches. That's not how it is done. If the house is burning, you have to run out. Stop the fire first before you do anything. That's not what we're doing. We wait for a year to have the COP29. And then wait for another year to have COP30 as if we are doing something. We're not doing anything. We're not taking the fundamental decision, basic decisions. We don't have to wait for the government. That's my message. We human beings, we citizens, we people who live on this planet can solve it without waiting for governments. Because it's our decision, it's our planet. We save it. We have to save that. There's no other escape route. So the government is doing something about it. It's not going to help us at all. So the finishing line for the planet is very visible right now. It's not something hazy, something unsure. It's very visible, very clear. It's coming closer and closer and closer. Until we build a new road. What we are saying is to build a new road. Old road will take you to the same destination, which is destruction. And we are following the old roads. Polishing up here, a little bit tweak here, but the old road is the same road. We have to build new roads so that our next generation and the generation next exist on this planet. Their future is question mark now. But don't give up. That's how all big initiatives begin. And that's where we are here in AIT. And thank you very much, AIT, for giving us this opportunity to be together. And I'm sure very, very big decisions will come out of it. Big sense will come out of all the chaotic situation that we have around us. And we'll find our way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Yunus. Thank you so much, Professor Yunus. We have a special request of you. As we all know, today marks a significant milestone as we celebrate the 15th year anniversary of the Yunus Center AIT and the 5th year anniversary of Yunus Thailand. In honor of these milestones, we would be delighted if you would join us up on stage for a cake cutting ceremony. After all, it is because of your pioneering efforts and unwavering commitment that these organizations exist in the first place. With that, may we please invite Professor Faiz Shah as well up on stage and representatives from both of the organizations.
Okay, here we go. Please, Professor. Yeah, picture. Take a picture with the crowd.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our warmest congratulations to both organizations on their anniversaries. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a brief 15-minute coffee break. Refreshments and snacks will be served outside. Please make sure to return promptly by 11:10 a.m. as we will be resuming right after with our first plenary session of the day. Thank you.
You know, we were prepared for the technical electricity came out of syllabus. No, sir, electricity went and all the system is restarted. So we were trying to solve without stopping the session. हुआ
Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way back into the auditorium. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way back into the auditorium. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way into the auditorium and take your seats. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let us officially begin with the first plenary session of our program. This session delves into the critical topic of social business research, objectives, methodologies, and priorities. This session will be moderated by Professor Muhammad Yunus, and joining Professor Yunus on stage will be speakers, Professor Cam Donaldson, Professor Abdul Hamid, Dr. Suraya Hanim Mokhtar, Professor Lee, Dr. Farhana Farda, and Dr. Enrique, who has sent in a video message. Please join me in welcoming them on stage. Speakers, please be reminded that you will have 5 minutes to speak.
Now we come to order. This is our first session of discussion. This is not the discussion of usual kind. The one that joining us here, they're the front line of all the social business research and academia conference. They are the one guiding this movement along the way. So what we'll hear from them about the experience and what they expect from future, what direction we want to take. The subject given as objectives and how we define it. It's trying to find the objective, methodologies, and priorities. These are the things. This is a very broad subject. But 10 years, 15 years back, we could make a lot of discussion. Now we can focus because of the experience that we have. So we'll let each one narrate what he feels about it. And you are free to ask questions later on. We'll be inviting you to have a dialogue or discussion. It's not kind of a one-way conversation. So I'll start with as is listed here. with Faiz Shah. He's not here. So the missing one. We want to join us.
Chair for.
Oh, sorry, I'm look at the wrong list. It's okay.
He'll be happy to speak anyway.
You're right. Right. Oh, okay. Now we start with Professor Cam Donaldson. We repeatedly mentioned this is how everything began. It was his idea to bring the academia separately than the generality because there's some serious theoretical issues, practical issues, and so on. He wants us to be together and address these issues. So I'll leave the floor to Cam Donaldson, please.
Thank you, sir. I think maybe I'm being given a bit too much credit for that idea. I think it was a group of people, and I just have managed to help with working with that group of people to get us to the point where we are today. I very much appreciate the fact that it has been for that group of people. Really, I would want to stand back a bit from this question in the sense of it's hard to be specific, say to you as an individual, about what your objectives, your methodologies, and indeed even your priorities should be. But so in terms of an objective, I would throw a very broad objective for us as a group of academicians and researchers, which would be really what we're about doing is about advancing the science and the practice of social business, and through that, therefore, strengthening the movement of social business. And we're trying to do that, I think, through things like critical thinking, recognizing that critical thinking is not always equated with criticism, by establishing a theoretical and an evidence base for social business operating in various contexts in terms of sectors and countries around the world. So to me, that's the very broad objective, but that which may not be particularly helpful to any individual, but I think it's helpful to us as a very broad, as I said earlier, super disciplinary group of people. So therefore, we have lots of methodologies available to us, and what you as an individual might seek to do is going to depend a lot on your own personal research and disciplinary background. But also, as I said before, be open to exploring the various interfaces that you will come across at an interdisciplinary meeting like this. I do believe that many of the advances in science, social science, arts and humanities come on the interfaces and not always within our own disciplinary basis. So what does that mean for what, in terms of being more practical, what you might do? I think with respect to YSBCs, Yunus Social Business Centers, I would have two main points of advice, I suppose. One is to think about, if it's research we're talking about, what's your big idea? At Glasgow Caledonian University, our Yunus Center is a Yunus Center for Social Business and Health. And that's based around the big idea that almost any social business can be defined as having an impact on social determinants of health, and can therefore be looked at through the lens of being a complex community-based public health initiative. The advantage of that in practical terms is if you can redefine social business as a health initiative, it opens up a whole wealth of potential in terms of research funding for you, because as we know, health research funding tends to be better funded than many other areas of society. And that's helped us enormously. But philosophically, it was important to us as well. Professor Yunus talked about the contrast of a university alongside a community in extreme poverty. But even in advanced economies like Scotland, where I'm from, the city of Glasgow has differences in male life expectancy of up to 28 years, documented by people like Sir Michael Marmot. So countries like ours are in drastic need of these more radical solutions, and therefore the ability to assess them and provide them with a theoretical basis. I think the second point of advice I would have for YSBCs is about, I suppose this is one more to university leaders as such, which is about having some sort of institutional commitment. We had our previous principal, Pamela Gillies, a great friend of Professor Yunus, was highly committed to this idea and therefore committed to putting some of the university's own resources into our Yunus Center, and that provided us with a fantastic basis on which to commence our research activities, growing from 3 to now 35 people in our Yunus Center. In terms of priorities, I think I would say 3 things. One is to participate both in this conference and in the YSBC network. But I think what these 2 things have done, the regularity of this conference and the creation of the YSBC network of now, Lamia, over 100 universities involved in this endeavour. It has to be about more than that, in the sense of going back to my issue of promoting collaboration. We have to get more out of this than the sum of the parts, if you like. And collaboration, I think, is the key to that. The other key aspect, I think, as well, is capacity building. So we have to think about how we can collaborate in research, but all in particular projects, but collaborate for capacity building. And I think we've got 2 really good examples of that. One is a scheme that we have in East Africa. It's funded through the YY Foundation by the Dutch National Lottery. It's a small amount of money. It's about 150,000 euros, but spread across a small number of universities in East Africa, that can go a very long way to actually enhancing research capacity in those universities, where there probably at the outset is not a great deal of research capacity. So that requires collaboration amongst those universities, but also between those universities and universities like my own, but also there may be a scope for drawing on the expertise of some of the more advanced research centres in the YSBC network with respect to helping build capacity in that part of the world. I think related to that, there are other programs like the European Communities Erasmus Plus program, which doesn't just fund collaborations amongst European universities, it funds much wider international collaborations. And I think, again, we have such a fantastic basis with the YSBC network that we've built up that would allow us to use that, apply for, and if successful, use that kind of funding to build research capacity in social business research around various parts of the world. Finally, I would just say that we need to integrate how we think, I think, about the SDGs, about principles of responsible management education, about our post-pandemic world. These are not all separate things to me. I think they're all part of the same thing. So if we're thinking about a world of 3 zeros with social business at the heart of it, I think at your university institution, you would also expect to see labels like that, like Prime, and some of the university's mission being driven by things like the SDGs as opposed to business for profit, and as I say, with social business right at the heart of it. So don't think about these things as competing with each other. Try to think about them all as part of the same thing.
Thank you very much, Professor Ken Donaldson. Your favorite topics came out again. Collaboration. It's very always emphasizing collaboration and financing, the research financing. And you gave the good news that at least we have some funds to do it, to share it with the African universities. They took it very seriously, and your help has been very, very welcome there. And they're looking forward to carry on and continue this research with the funding coming through you. So these 2 is a very important one. It will come up in the discussion with the Al-Bukhari University. At the journal, another favorite topic of you, every gathering we have, you are raising this issue that this is what we need to have so that we can bring our even the summary gist kind of information, who is doing what and how to proceed with each other. So that will be now announced this year, this session, that journal is in the preparation, and we'll look forward to hearing from that. And thank you very much, Kam. Now we come to Professor Hanan Chaudhary. He has been Vice Chancellor of University and now Professor of the University, but the staunch supporter and activist on social business front in Bangladesh and a global situation. And it's a very, he has to work in a very adverse circumstances. University authorities are not very favorable to what he's doing. Sometimes that creates problem because they don't want to get involved with the issues with the kind that we raise here today. So Professor Hanan Chaudhary will explain how he sees it, because he's another one who continued through the whole series of these social business academia conference and so on. Professor Hanan Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, at the outset, I would be actually emphasizing on this, aim and also the methodologies and also priorities of the social business, particularly my intention and my deliberations for the young researchers, those who wants to enter into the social business domain, because Professor Kam, in his speech, he actually mentioned that, well, this is an interdisciplinary work, and we see that, well, faculty members and scholars, they come from wide varied background and disciplines, and they all want to work for one goal, that, well, how business can actually do good for the society. And if I would like to mention that, well, from the last 12 years of journey of social business research and academia, we have seen that, well, plenty of papers and outputs that we have got from across the world in regards to the high level papers of which we have been able to see, even top journals to even the mediocre journals in across the world. So I would say that, well, for young researchers and faculty members, there are great opportunity to study the impact of the social business models, because depending on the different types of work that you do, or the different type of problems that you want to solve through the social businesses, for the researchers, there are great opportunity to study the impact of the social business models. And there are problems and barriers for all these social business to implement. And one can also be very focused in terms of actually resolving those barriers and finding out those barriers, and try to come up with the research methods so that they can actually bring out all those things. Because we see that in the operational phase of the social business, country to country, place to place, and also business to business, there are issues, challenges, problems in terms of financial, capital, finance, and operations of social businesses are great, problems are there. And there are actually, I would say that opportunity for the researchers to dig into and to dive into and figure out that, well, how do we actually can overcome those challenges also. I also have seen that, well, there are huge opportunity for the young researchers to talk about the sustainability of the social business itself. It's a great opportunity for young researchers to also focus, this, sustainability, the scalability of the models also for this, social business part. As far as the method concerned, I see that, well, we have observed both qualitative and quantitative, and even the mixed methods are widely used for social business impact study to even find out the one good area also for people like you, those who are interested to find out even the indicators that how one can assess the impact part of the social business that are truly impacting in this society, and how do we actually measure those things? Can we measure those things in terms of the qualitative fashions or quantitative fashions? Are you going to, use whether a case study approach, or you are going to go for focus group type of interview type of methods in qualitative fashion? Then you can also convert information in quantitative approach, which traditionally most of us, we know that we're using all experimental, both exploratory and explanatory methods in quantitative way, which a great opportunity for many of you to do that things also. And in the mixed type approach, I have seen many papers that we have got in social business, particularly that the authors or investigators are trying to portray and visualize the social business activities that are happening in the ground. And then from the observation base, they are actually creating the hypothesis that they are actually trying to set for particular things to be tested. And that is what is also going on right now, plenty of things. Many of you might also consider that if you want to take these things to the further level, because social business now is not a new term. Already in the marketplace, there are huge social businesses, both in a smaller scale to medium to versus even larger scale. We see that these social business are existing in the marketplace for a long time. Then there might be even opportunity for you to assess and redo many things in the process, so that you can actually think of even RCT type of the randomized control trials type of research can also be done, which we did not get yet in social business arena, because nobody was actually trying to see a longitudinal study for a long period of time, that what is happening in the impact part. That would be also a great opportunity for many of us to think about. I think in terms of the priority now, as Cam also mentioned, that SDG is something that one has to focus. I would say that along with the sustainability SDG part, there are very cutting. I would say that very pertinent things is also coming to us is ESG. So, environment, social, and governance part is also, we can brought into the social business research domain. That is something we would expect that the young faculty members from different institutions in a collaborative fashions can also do. I know that there are few people institution-wise, they are existing for social business research. For us, actually, the best part would be in a working in a collaborative fashion. So we really need to know that who is working in Thailand or particular institution, who is working in Malaysia, who is working in in the UK or in Europe. If we can collaborate with the researchers, you will see that great publications that are going to come in the upcoming days. And that's how we can actually scale up our way of journey of social business research. And that is going to surely enhance the number of papers that we are targeting into. And I'm sure that in the upcoming 10 years, we would be actually very happy to see the focus research on social business. And good thing that we see nowadays, those journals are dedicated for social business that are coming, and universities are actually taking initiatives to dedicate journal on social business. This is also a great initiative. So I would request, people, those who are particularly in overseas, they can take the lead of actually creating a journal on social business, so that even people, those who, academics, those who cannot publish in Bangladesh in a social business journal format, they can also take the advantage. So I must thank Al-Bukhari. They have taken initiatives for the journal, and I'm sure there are plenty of papers are going to also come from Bangladesh. This is what we truly want, that our research and academic front are going to go forward. And that's the purpose of this session, actually, to talk about that, what are the aim goals that we really need to set? What should be the methodology that we are going to actually use in those papers? And what would be the priorities for us, whether it is for the stakeholders' problems or policy making things or any other, legal and other barriers, we can prioritize those things in order to publish, more papers, more things to come out. And that's how we can actually see that in the upcoming days, the way the social business degrees are designed in different institutions, we're going to see that, well, the courses after courses are going to be streamlined. Okay, and then we can also partition those things under the auspices of social business domain, and that is going to come out as a different part and wing of the social business academic activities. So I'm stopping here. Let us hear for other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give a big applause. Thank you. Very important issues you have raised. I just wanted to draw your attention. We had social business sessions in academia conference with attendance of 10 people or less. That's how our session began. I think this is the largest session we ever had. Can you take a picture of the audience? It's more than 100 people right here. It's quite a historical session that we have. In the opening session, we get lots of people, but the moment we get into working sessions, it drops very sharply. It's very few people. But here, we're very happy. We are very happy to see the audience sitting in front of us and listening and enjoying the discussion here. Is somebody taking a picture, Lami? It's the audience here, so that we can have it on our record that this is somebody has to overdo it next time, number-wise. And the issues that you raised, I want to add one more thing for discussion. When something becomes popular, misuses begin, confusion begin, diversion begins. And we experience in microcredit very much. Everything under the sun started being called microcredit. And they claim that this is a genuine microcredit and so on and so forth. And this is also a sign of popularity, that subject became popular. So imitators come to confuse you, take advantage of from their angle and so on. Now time has come for that for social business. Lots of social business, now usually they call themselves social enterprise. This is one difference they want to make, social enterprise. Not that I'm saying all social enterprise is wrong, but social enterprise became a big area where everything under the sun goes. You can make money and do things, and they draw lots of money. Because they tell people we are in social enterprise, invest in it, you make lots of money out of it. See, we never had this idea, you make lots of money out of it. Our idea is to solve the problem for the people and so on. So how to protect ourselves in the kind of saying the social business means this. To protect ourselves, sometimes I'm using, when a social enterprise comes into the picture, I said, ours is a social business enterprise. At least if they want to use the enterprise, you have to use the business into it so that it distinguishes itself, that it's not a money-making enterprise and so on. So this is one that we have to be very careful, because it ruined the whole the microcredit scenario globally by confusing people that you can make lots of money by lending money to poor people. I said social business, the microcredit is a social business. It's not business to make money out of the poor people. So that same thing is coming back again in terms of social business, how you use it precisely and how to define it, how to protect the definition so that we are not confused, or people that don't get confused. Somebody tries to confuse other people to sneak in their kind of territory. Thank you. And now I'll invite Suraya, Dr. Suraya Hanim Mokhtar from, sorry, this way, from the Al-Bukhari International University. Thank you, Suraya.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, friends and colleagues. So thank you, Prof. Yunus. So I'm from Al-Bukhari International University, or people call AIU, a university that dedicated, fully committed to social business and 3.0. So when we look at the research objective, methodology, and priorities, in our approach, we always look at if you want to set or identify what is your priority in social business, look at in our community. what is actually the social issue exists in our community. And this is how we set the priority, you know, and by doing that, we might have different priorities. And we can adopt methodology from other studies, other field of studies, in order to solve the issues in our community. It's like in AIU, when we conduct research, we always go together with community engagement. So we go to the community, we start with community engagement, then we from that activity, we identify the roots of the issue for that particular community, and we do some data collection, research, and we propose solutions. And it will evolve until we can create social innovations. And you can, you know, as academia, we have to write a paper and publish the paper and publish in a journal. And the most important thing is we are not pushing forward just to getting it published, but try our best. Whatever research that we do is impactful, give benefit to the society or to the environment. So I think that will be the super happiness for academia, Prof. When you see your paper is not in the library, but also it has transformed the community. So for my experience, that will be the super happiness. It's like AIU, we have dedicated journal we call Abu Hari Social Business Journal, that we call papers for all academia in social business to share your research and paper in our journal. And in terms of our research management center, we have postgraduate studies, PhD and masters, but we only welcome research which is related to social business and 3.0 only. This is how we focus to become part of the solutions of today's world problem. So all our students, PhD and masters, all must do research related to social business and 3.0. If they want to do something else, we say, I'm sorry, please find another university. So we are very focused. So this is how the university can transform. And like Prof. Yunus said just now, this is the time. I'm not sure how much time that we have, you know, that this is the time that we need to really focus on what the world and the community need, and the university need to take some drastic actions in order to change certain policies. And back to the priorities as well, you know, do the research that related to community, and also do the research in social business that what your country needs. For example, in the context of Malaysia, we are still weak in the ecosystem of social business, still not very clear the role of one another. Maybe the partners also not recognize each other yet. So this is how we can do research to enhance the role of the ecosystem in social business, particularly in Malaysia. So back to the question that raised today. So that is my, approach in encouraging you as a young researcher to get the super happiness in your academia world by create more impact to the society from your research. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you. Al-Bukhari International University is very special compared to other universities because in terms of our relationship with social business. So this university declared by the founders and the policymakers, this is a social business university. So the very tagline for the university is a social business university. It's not a department, it's not a program, it's not a center. The whole university is a social business university. That's unique so far. We have not seen any other university declaring and standing by. It's not sometimes you make a speech and forget about it. They follow it up so that it is. And so Suraya Hamim is a deputy vice chancellor, responsible to make it come true that every department, cross department, and get the message of social business across. It's not just one department area. It's across the board. You have to bring that message, integrate into your curriculum. So let's give a big applause for Al-Bukhari International University and Suraya for running the program very well. Thank you very much. I just want to add before I introduce the next speaker, there's something new happening all the time. It's this is also good for research. It's a diversity increasing, area-wise, global coverage of social business ideas, unheard of territories coming up with social business initiatives and so on. Now it's a global in the sense is you go to Latin America, you see social business, very active one, particularly Brazil, Mexico, they take a lot of initiatives in social business. Africa, which was slow, but now picked up. And that's why your research team is working together. And in Africa, it's a spreading. It's not just one university is stuck with the program, one program there. It's a spreading university after university. So diversity-wise, it's very interesting for research. That's the point I want to make. In location-wise, you have experience-wise, how they see, perceive. Students look at it, researchers look at it, administration looks at it, and so on. So this is one that very attractive for researchers and collaboration with them. Various connections with each other. So this is one. Second, I want to mention for discussion, new ideas and new expansion of social business is taking place. One exciting thing is the sports. Out of nowhere, we had no idea that sports has anything to do with social business. Suddenly, because of the issue that I was reading, sports has a big social power, but social power is never used in sports. It's the entertainment power, it's the commercial power they use to make money, but the social power is completely locked out. So that kind of sunk in the minds of the policymakers of the sports people. And out of that came very interesting results. Smaller one, the big one is coming up as an Olympic. The Olympic is being designed, declared by the policymakers, designed as a social business Olympic, Paris Olympic, which is this year, 2024 in July. Many of you probably will physically be there, or all of us will be watching on television. But this is a social business Olympic. What does social business Olympic mean? It's very interesting, and somebody can research it. Why sports has got to do? Is it genuine or just a kind of gimmick, publicity gimmick? Because sometimes you use things for publicity to get to people, don't mean it really. But is it so or is it real? Now, seeing the examples of social business Olympic for Paris, Milan, Cortina, Winter Olympic, which will be held in 2026, they got very excited. They are contacting us and invited us to give the contract with us, sign a contract to design Milan, Cortina, Winter Olympic as a social business. And our social business front, which is a Yunus Sports Hub, they now have a contract with them to help them design the whole thing as a social business Olympic, Winter Olympic. And that Winter Olympic also is in Pyeongchang in Korea in 2018. They missed the whole thing because Paris came later, Milan coming much later. They were 2018 already done. They said, okay, still we have lots of things we can redesign for our work because legacy programs. You have built stadiums, you built swimming pools, you built many things, sliding for the Winter Olympic and so on. How to make that happen after the Olympic? So now we are in contract with the Winter Olympic in Pyeongchang to design it after the Olympic. So the 3 Olympics are involved already, and many more in the series which will be coming up. So see, what does it mean? And then the sports, whole athletic world became interested, football, cricket, and everybody, how to bring social business into that, because this is a big question. And they are all kind of surrounded with the stories of misuse of funds and all kinds of things. So they want to get out of it, use the money for social business, change the life of the people wherever they have this. So this is one area that will be another interesting research area, how sports for the first time in their life getting interested in social issues and how do they translate into it. So this I want to draw attention to. Then I go to the next speaker, Professor Joseph Lee. He's the Vice Chancellor of INTI International University. Very, very strong supporter of social business initiatives in their university. So I would like Professor to speak. Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Yunus. It's really an honor and pleasure to be on this panel. I would like to share some of my observation and my thoughts on the topic of objective methodology and priorities of research activities in relation to social business. But before I do that, I need to declare that some of my observation may be biased because that our involvement in the social business research most likely, I think probably is still in its infancies. So we are learning. The second point is that the second declaration I need to make is that because I'm a university administrator, I may not know 100%. Definitely, I will not be able to know 100% of what my academic staff are doing, research part of it. So my sharing today will be more on my views and based on my observation of what is happening as I see, and also what my colleagues actually share with me. What I notice is that I think, as inspired by Professor Yunus and under your guidance, that there are a lot of activities pertaining to social business, and there are a lot of effort, and also on the 3.0 as well. So how I see is that I think we are more action-oriented. We are making things happen. Just like my colleagues from Abu Dhabi International University mentioned about, we are going into the community, and that's fantastic. But however, I do agree, I do see that there are a lot of room for research opportunities as well. I believe that more research and more studies will actually give us more arguments or support in terms of further advance social business and other initiatives that we are interested in. At INTI International University, what we are doing right now is that we are encouraging, and we are also trying to get people involved in research activity in this area. For example, like we do have a doctorate degree program. We didn't dedicate that to social business only, like Abu Dhabi International University, but we do try to encourage our postgraduate students to study topics relevant to social business. And now we have doctorate students looking at comparative studies in terms of the environment, especially on the policy framework and policy implication of various ASEAN countries. And I think that is quite interesting, especially that we are looking into the comparison between Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. And so there's comparative study part of it. Also, we have doctorate students looking into from more behavior science kind of perspective, that we have students are looking at how we can actually encourage and inspire individuals to accept the concept of social business. And in particularly, I think the foundation is built on a technology acceptance model, and to go through the process of awareness, understanding, acceptance, and adoptions. So I think we actually look at those areas, so try to understand how we can do better in terms of promoting and publicizing and social business and 3.0 concept as well. So I think those are things a bit more practical. Just like Professor talked about the indicator, and recently I have opportunity to learn a colleague of mine who is actually interested in looking at some kind of index in terms of the measurement of the involvement of an enterprise in social business. Just now that once again, my colleague from Abu Dhabi talk about this is social business university. And definitely on that, they are 100%. And in case of International University, because this is not really a core for us at this moment, so probably we are just probably 10%, 20%. So that is kind of index. And there may be possibility to have an index, especially under Yunus Social Business Network, to look at to say that we are not competing with each other. And just to have an indication to say that whether this company or this university or this society or this country or this region is, how much are we in relation to other parties, how are we doing? And so we can actually learn from the good practices. That is one thing. One of my colleagues is interested, and somehow he connected with another colleague from a university in Taiwan. They're actually working on that. But definitely, this is something that if there are any colleagues or any scholars here who have some experiences in this or who have been doing some work, and we will be very happy to be part of it or to work with each other on that. Those are the areas of research activities, and I wouldn't call it priorities. I'm just using those to illustrate the point. There are so many things we can do. There are so many things we can do, and I think it's so interesting to look at the potential of that. Once we have a group of researcher and start interacting with each other, there's no limit to it. There's no limit to it. So I think, but however, that from the viewpoint of International University, that how are we promoting all this? I think how do we actually translate whatever we want to do into actions? And I think there are a few things that we are doing, and this is one thing. Another thing is that I think colleagues attending this conference, I think we can always support each other on this. One of the things that we have been doing is that we have at INTI, we have this visiting scholar program. We always invite scholars come to visit us at INTI from different parts of the world. And by coming over, interacting with each other, and we will have opportunity to exchange view, to set up joint collaborative research project. So we do have that. And I did suggest to Professor Yunus as well that we will very much like to have that with scholar program under the banner of Yunus Social Business Network as well. Another thing that I think we can do actually is the matching research grant. And this is something we have an allocation. I think all the universities have certain kind of research grant. And definitely that International University, we are interested in having some kind of dedicated research grant for this area. And also that if there are any university are willing to look into a research grant, a matching research grant, I think that will make things happen. And from the university's perspective, we will be able to support the individuals greatly. I mean, talking about the researcher, I will be supporting researcher to do that. I've been talking about is more on the ground, the practical things we are doing. But I think that is a way, in the way is methodology, how we can actually promote from the viewpoint of the management of the university. But I do need to say that for this kind of gathering, like this conference we have, is really fantastic. It is a platform for people to get together, to share views. Just for example, like just a very short conversation before the opening ceremony, I learned that in Thailand, we have this social enterprise Thailand Association, which we don't have in Malaysia. And it will be very interesting to understand what is their vision, how do they actually operate, and what do they want to achieve. And this is something I think if we have that kind of structure or that kind of association in other countries, and probably we can do a little bit more in terms of influencing the policymaker as well. So I think once again, what I'm trying to say is that I think just now Professor Yunus talked about collaboration. that is the way to go. That definitely is the way to go. And Social Business Network and this conference actually provide an excellent platform for that. So I'm very happy to be here. And definitely that in the longer run, that the journal and we will have a platform to disseminate the discovery, research discovery. But also that because some of the university are actually looking into degree program, undergraduate and postgraduate program in relation to social business. And once again, I refer to the comment given by our colleagues, Professor Raya from Abu Hari International University. The things you have been doing is fantastic. And if there are a lot of case studies from that, not only the journal publication, but also the collection of case study, eventually that will help to support the delivery of the degree program, which we are interested in developing as well. Okay, I think those are the thoughts I have. But anyway, thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Professor Hanan, do you want to make a comment or something? It's okay. I thought you were raising hand. Now we go to our very dear friend, Farhana Firdausi. She has been with us in the whole journey of Academia Conference. She never misses it, always presents a paper. And today we have her in the session here in the panel. This is a very important panel. As you look, they're all vice chancellor people, not the departments, not the lecturer, not the people who don't have the decision-making capacity. They all have decision-making capacity here. They can design things which can influence other social business centers around the world. So their views are very important and very long experience too in that. In that connection, I want to add one more area of attention, is the 3-0 Club. This is for the young people between 12-year-old to 35-year-old, a 5-member creating a club to turn themselves into 3-0 persons. And somehow it clicked with the young people. We are having now more than 4,000 3-0 clubs around the world. Our problems became, the language became a problem because we started with only English, then French was added in, but there are so many other languages we have to work on. So but the demand coming from different directions to create those 3-0 clubs is something very fascinating for us. And each one has a great idea what they want to do with that. So this is another area of research and a role to play in a connection with them, because we are saying there can be social business, the 3-0 Club support institutions. So all the universities, whether they have social business center or not, they can play a role, become a support institutions for 3-0 clubs. Answering their question. I want to do this. How do we do this? My colleague said it is not right. Somebody says it is right. This is what you should do. So they can come with the expert ideas, help them, these young people, to become 3-0 persons so that they don't have to create global warming. They don't have to contribute into wealth concentration, and they don't want to contribute in unemployment. It's a big issue, but you have to bring it down to the level that I can become free from them as a member of the club and so on. So this is one role to play on the university level that we have the Yunus centers. And this is good because you can do it internet. If you give advice to one club, it may be available to many other clubs around the world. Whatever you have an idea in a concrete way, the young people can do. 3-0 clubs are also entrusted with becoming zero waste person. Our initiative is to create a zero waste generation, because unless we create individual as a zero waste person, we are not going to free ourselves from the planet, from the waste, all the waste that is happening around the world. So we said we got so habituated with producing waste, we don't know how to stop from that, because we can't figure out how to restrain ourselves, because everything is designed to create waste. We are saying don't use, restrict your purchases, what you buy, and unless you need it, you don't buy it.
zero kind of purchases and so on and so forth, because you are contributing to the waste. But the entire world we have created buy, bargain, sale, and so on, Christmas, Eid al-Mubarak, and whatever. Everything is to buy, gift, Father's Day, Mother's Day, and so on. So here we are talking about the zero waste, but we keep on cranking the machine which produces the waste without stopping it. So we are saying only way with you, we become a person which is born with the zero waste habit. I don't create any waste. Only then probably we can address that. How to make it happen? A starting point. You ask the young people how to do that. They have great ideas how to do that. So this is another idea that we can see and follow them up, what they're doing, because this is what will create the next world, the new civilization that we are talking about. New civilization needs this kind of people. Our is the old civilization, which is built to destroy it. So the new civilization is to protect and create a new life for all of us. So this is another idea that we have to add into our activities of the the Yunus Social Business Center. Now I come to Dr. Farhana Firdausi as a great friend and to participate and make your comments.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I started my research from the very young of my age, and I started with the concept of social business. So I have been with the journey for more than a decade. And from my experience, since I'm working in the field level, so I can share my experience and thoughts for the young researchers. I think it will help them to be courageous. So from the very beginning, when I started to work on this concept, I faced some problem, like there is a lack of literature, there is lack of adequate data and literature. So it's for a beginning researcher, it's a challenge. They need to have more courage to start with a new concept. Although this concept is not a new, we know it's not a new, but Sar has already mentioned that, Professor Yunus has mentioned that there is a mixed concept. We mix up the concept of social business with social enterprise. So there are lots of researchers and reviewer as well. They have the similar concept. When we try to publish paper, we have to clarify what's new in it. Some want to say that it's a social business. It's not a new thing, new concepts. It's like a social entrepreneurship. So we don't justify. We do not have adequate literature based on social business, although there are available literature on social enterprises. So this is one of the challenges. Another challenge is Professor Hannan has mentioned we can't apply here randomized control technique because longitudinal studies are the data, there is lack of data availability, and researchers need to have more courage to take such kind of experimentation. But however, from my little experience, I tried to apply propensity score matching techniques on finding impact on entrepreneurship. In Bangladesh, social business has a program that is called Novin Equity Program. And there I gauge we have now 10,000 more Novin program who are taking social business fund. We have seen the impact on social business fund on this entrepreneurial program, and we found a positive impact on those entrepreneurs who are utilizing social business fund. There we have seen we have taken experimental group and control group who has taken fund and who has not taken fund. And I tried this impact with several other models later on, and I got the positive findings. I also applied qualitative techniques to get the in-depth assessment over the impact, and there I also get qualitative, get a positive impact. So I think from my experience, more qualitative and in-depth assessment is required to contribute more to the literature, and case studies can be a fantastic solution, because from case studies, audience can get very clear ideas and how they're practicing. They can get a depth overview from case studies. And I'm also a director of a research institute in my country, and being in that position, I have enough experience to work with young researchers. And what I see in them, they have lack of confidence. When I talk to them to work in this field, they are not enough confidence. Maybe there are also reason in our country, as you know, Bangladesh has huge resources on social business, but we can't act over it. As Professor Hannan already has mentioned that we work in a adverse situation. So I am giving funding for research, but I can't allocate fund when it is in the field of social business. And it is happening in case of government fund as well in Bangladesh. So we have little a constraint in accessing to fund. But in that cases, the YSBC can come forward. Although we are not in a position to open YSBC in Bangladesh, but still we can attract more matching research grant with other YSBCs. Without having YSBCs, we can also get more MOU or more joint research program so that we can continue enough research. And I will say Camp Downsel also has highlighted on those issues, more collaboration, and I will also say collaboration with the academicians, with the practitioners, and with the industry as well, so that we can have more case studies. So the concept, Professor Yunus has said, we have mixed concept. The researchers can work over it. The more researchers will be available, I think we can transmit the proper concept among the communities people. And Professor Suraya Hanim has also rightly mentioned that we need to engage our communities people as well. We can engage our students, and we academicians, we are in the right place to connect all of them. And through research, through engagement with young people, we can generate more social business research, and we can publicize the concept as well. So with these few words, I want to thank all of you who are hearing here our conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Farhana. Thank you for your contribution. Yes, please. Professor Hanan.
As Professor Yunus has mentioned, one of the very interesting thing for the researchers that often we see that Professor Cam and I myself have been actually trying to align all the time the social business conference, and also the papers has to be aligned with the social business, principles that the Professor Yunus has actually defined. I would say that, well, now for this conference, we have worked very hard to align all the papers in the same domain. The best suggestions for the young researchers to, when you search literature, I would say that, well, take the advantage of also technology by saying the keyword of the Yunus social business. So you are narrowing it down to the definition of the social business that Professor Yunus has actually defined. And if you use SLR, the systematic learning literature review strategy, you will see that under the SLR, if you put the YSB, social business, all those keywords, you are going to right away narrow down the papers on the same domain that are truly very relevant and focus for the social business activities and research that we are doing. So my suggestion for the young researchers would be, when you search the literature, do not just use generally social entrepreneurs, social business. There are other kinds of definitions we see even around in the literature. So narrow it down that way. Then you are going to be far more focused that the same kind of businesses you are trying to investigate. The second thing that I would also see that, well, many of you might, or often they say that, well, we do not get enough papers and, in the published sources because your searching technique is not appropriate. If you use even the ssite.com, so if you use ssite.com, one of the unique thing that you are going to get right away all those references of the papers, and you will, when you read the titles of the paper, you can understand that this is what is something that you are interested in. So we are doing it actually. We get social business, social entrepreneurs, many things in the domain. But what we do, once we get, say, for example, 200 papers list at one given time. If you spend 1 hour, you can narrow down out of 200 papers, only 20 papers are relevant, and you focus on those things. That would be great for you to actually be aligned with the subject matter that we are talking about. I think that's what is going to help us. Other than what happens from every year, we have been getting papers from outside the domain, and it is asked that we are trying to segregate the papers. No, it is not relevant, not even talking about the social business that we are talking about, those things. And now I would say that if you follow the guidelines, you would be able to see this thing. I am also an editor of a journal, the Knowledge Globalization Journal, which is published in the US every year, twice. Every editions, I'm trying to put one paper in the domain of the social business so that we can actually add one paper from this. So feel free to communicate with us if you have a paper that you would like to publish, or if you want to see, or is visualizations in high-end journals. You can always contact us, and this sort of collaboration is very important. So narrow down your search technique. That will help you to be very more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. That's not the problem. Thank you. We have problem of running out of time. We have last speaker who will be speaking from Florence. So are you ready for that? So let's invite Enrico Testi, speaking from University of Florence. He's our old friend. He's been always attending Social Business Academia conference. This time he couldn't come physically. He'll be speaking from Florence. Enrico. Professor Enrico.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yunus Center, the director of the Yunus Social Business Center at the University of Florence. I'm really sorry we have to send video message and I cannot be there in person. So I'll just take a few minutes to tell you what we're doing in terms of research at our Yunus Center. So we have now a project in Senegal where we are developing a rating on social enterprises. So we are developing a tool where we can, through which we can assess whether the company is a social enterprise or a social business, or if they're just adopting sustainable management practices. And the idea is now to test it on the field, on real companies. Of course, we have to adapt it also to smaller companies in Senegal. And hopefully this will be used by NGOs and other organizations in the future. Then we have now a paper which is under review, and the topic of the paper is on local participatory research agendas. We will do this paper with our colleagues from Palestine, and hopefully we will be able to publish it soon. And the topic of the paper is actually that we should create participatory research agendas so that research is just not something that we do at the university, is also built together with local organizations, also especially in terms of research questions. We are now also in the process of doing the revisions on a paper which uses outcome harvesting, which is a methodology, evaluation methodology. And we use this methodology to check how development projects can impact on developing social enterprise ecosystems in a locality. And the case study in that case is in Lebanon. Also, in Lebanon, as a case study, we are writing a paper on how social business, social enterprises can help build community resilience in countries where there are multiple crises. So Lebanon, in this case, is our case study, because there have been economic crises, refugee crises, and other crises in the country. We are also working, starting working in paper with other universities on digitalization, assessing digitalization, social fund organizations. This is still at the initial level, so hopefully for the next meeting I will be able to give you more information on this. And we are also starting working on a paper which analyzes the relations between social business, social enterprise, and NGOs. And the main issue here is that usually NGOs have been seen as creating social enterprise and social businesses or transforming themselves in social enterprise, social business. We argue actually can also have another effect, which is more on the ecosystem level, facilitating social enterprise and social business. So this, in a nutshell, in less than 4 minutes, what we're doing at the University of Florence. So if any of you is interested in this research, and one of these researches, please reach out to me via email or other web. Thank you, and hopefully everyone will enjoy being there in this beautiful event.
Thank you, Enrico, for your contribution. And we are coming to the end of this panel discussion. Sorry, because of the time constraints, we didn't have a time for interactions and kind of raising questions. I see hands being raised, but I think the organizers would like me to conclude here to give the opportunity for the next session to come, at least a little bit of saving time from this session. And thank you, all the panels members. Let's give a big applause for all the panel members. And we'll take a good picture for the panels. And thank you very much. And for the audience, let's give another applause for the audience. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you. All right. Take a picture. Anybody taking a picture? We're ready to be pictured. Thank you. Oh, one more. One, two, three. Very good. One, two, three. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. I heard a lot about you about the science. Oh, yeah. It's been a visit to the Scotland.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for that insightful first plenary session. We kindly ask that you return to your seats momentarily as we have a series of video presentations to share with all. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could all turn your attention to the screen up front, we will now be watching a trailer for a documentary titled A World of Three Zeros. This is a fantastic documentary about the work of Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus. If you would like to know about his philosophy, his businesses, what he has established and inspired, what they do, and much more. Please do spend a small fraction of your day's time to watch the full documentary. It will be a transformative experience for sure. We will also be watching a video message from the producer of the documentary alongside a couple of other videos. So for this session, may I please invite Ms. Lamia Moshe up front.
We're running late, so I won't be long. We just wanted to mention that this documentary came about over a period of 5 years. The two people behind it are Anya and Michelle Van der Zeken. They're actually makers, but they've been following the social business mission and work of Professor Yunus for the past 5 years, and they've put together everything that they gathered into a documentary. So it's August, and they've recently made it free to air for, especially in the academia network, teaching tool for the universities, for their students, about the message of social business as defined by Professor Yunus, philosophical content, and then examples from Bangladesh and around the world towards the world of 3 zeros. They have 28 film festivals have accepted this documentary, and they've received many awards already, including recently from countries like South Africa and Benin. And so we're very excited to share with you, and we will share the links with you, so you can then show it within your institutions. Thank you.
C'est une société malheureusement qui est problématique à l'heure actuelle, uniquement on a envie de changer. Donc là, on est autorisé à changer, parce que les agriculteurs ont changé, les entreprises ont réussi. Des projets c'est l'entrepreneuriat social, c'est permettre à la couche de la communauté de progresser dans le développement. For us, we can actually create something where there was nothing. And how do you do that, all the time?
This change in mindset has to happen for young people at a very young age. C'est maintenant les dieux qui sont capables de faire des choses.
So what's meaning the social differences is also citizens living up and demanding a change so that the economy can change. Saving users, nothing is impossible. What you have to do, make up. It was always here when I was a child.
Hi, I'm Anya. I'm one of the co-directors of A World of 3 Zeros. In the documentary, we have footage from 13 different countries across Africa, Europe, Thailand, and even Bangladesh. There are 35 businesses and organizations featured. These are just a small representation of what's happening out there. Today, we have selected 2 stories, one from Colombia in the Amazonian forest, because many of us know about the problems there, but not a lot of us know about the solutions. The other story comes out of Belgium. This is a company that works with bees. They use bees as drones to collect data. I hope you enjoy watching both, and I hope it encourages you to watch the full documentary, and I hope the documentary will be useful to you in your work.
Biodiversité, ce qu'on amène, c'est vraiment une expertise pointue sur ces problématiques de biodiversité, de l'agriculture régénérative. Et on apporte aussi des solutions basées sur la nature, des solutions innovantes, notamment un système qui permet de monitorer l'environnement via les abeilles. Finalement, les abeilles qui collent des échantillons qu'on peut analyser tout ce qu'il y a dans l'environnement, faire un état des lieux. Et en fait, il y a plein d'entreprises qui observent ça, de savoir quelle était la qualité de leur environnement et tout ce qu'il y a autour d'eux. On regardait ce caractère scientifique. C'est-à-dire, chaque fois qu'on fait une action, on peut mesurer l'effet positif qu'il y a eu. Donc, avec le solidaire de vos partenaires, ils sont très fiers du site pour impacter positivement le territoire. Donc, aujourd'hui, on a de septembre à l'hectare, entre 10 et 20. On trouve des centaines de pesticides, des pesticides interdits. Et chaque fois, en fait, on réduit ces polluants, on augmente la biodiversité.
On est protégé sur notre toit. Alors, ces légumes sont destinés à la vente. Et alors, c'est grâce aux ruches et grâce aux abeilles qu'on sait que ces produits sont dans un environnement très sain.
Améliorer la qualité de la biodiversité, ça peut aussi atténuer les effets du réchauffement climatique. Et donc, améliorer l'environnement, directement, ça améliore la qualité de l'eau.
La biodiversité, c'est apporter du vivant. C'est apporter du vivant à des personnes malades. C'est essentiel pour une dynamique, justement, de soins et de guérison ou d'apaisement de symptômes.
Si vous avez un scientifique, et vous savez, je vois que c'est terrible pour la santé, ce sont des petites choses qu'on va faire qui savent changer le monde. Tout le monde peut contribuer à améliorer notre environnement. Les gens vont juste se dire qu'aujourd'hui, c'est parce que nous sauver les générations futures. Nous allons continuer de changer, nous allons porter aux agriculteurs de changer, aux entreprises vont continuer.
It's one of the most vulnerable countries in the world due to climate change. So therefore, we need to protect the forest. Otherwise, we will have many social and environmental and economic conflicts in the years to come. The Amazon rainforest is one of the main strategic ecosystems in the world, and we are losing it. If we lose that forest, we are going to increase as a country our vulnerability before climate change. In order to make our business sustainable, we decided to start small. We don't look at big figures, 500 families, 100,000 hectares. No, we started with small. The first step was to restore these 30 hectares where we are sitting here. We believe that if we want to be sustainable, we need to be financed through the market, not through investors. Investors will come afterwards once they realize that we are an enterprise. We are developing here at the Forest School 5 so-called nature-based solutions. The first one, we have the sanctuary of native bees. We believe that by protecting the bees, we can protect the forest. But of course, that has to be economically viable. The second one, we have a mega nursery where we collect seeds from native trees. It is very important to have very fixed objectives, goals, to have the right people around you. It is the most important thing. If you have a great team, you can achieve everything. For me, it was very important to learn that I was not able to do everything. If I wanted to restore 100 hectares, for instance, I had to do it with others. Plant the trees, of course, and we connect with enterprises so that they can offset their carbon emissions by planting the trees of the community. The third one is nature tourism. We have an offer in order to receive visitors so that they can get connected with the territory. We don't expect to have the perfect project. We are learning by doing. We are improving day by day. The fourth one is our policy school as such, so that we can increase knowledge of visitors and local communities about restoration and conservation of the forest. We are developing with one business association here, a business model so that we can produce native food, put it on the dish so that the visitors can enjoy what is being produced here in the territory. If we just restore these 30 hectares, we are doing nothing. Because 30 hectares is very small in comparison with the chance that we are having. So we are losing almost 200,000 hectares every year. So the only way to restore and to conserve the rainforest is to share the knowledge, to replicate these learnings, to replicate all these nature-based solutions that we are developing here. So that's the only way in order to protect the whole region and not only a single project like this.
That was sharing series. Following, we would now like to make their way to the right outside the AIT conference group photo. Right after photo session. My apologies. Right after this group photo session, we will be having our lunch break. There is a food fair happening outside, so we kindly encourage all participants to please take a look around and experience foods from various Asian countries. But before we leave, please note that we will be reconvening in approximately an hour at 1:50 p.m. for the paper presentations and spotlight session for the day. So moderator and presenters who are scheduled for a paper presentation in room 1, you may proceed to the TV room upstairs after lunch. Room 2 will be located in the Smart Classroom in the AIT Solutions building. This is just adjacent to the AIT Conference Center. No worries, you will have volunteers to show you the way. As for the spotlight session, please return to the auditorium. After that, we will be continuing with our second plenary session, which is also to be hosted in the auditorium. And with that, please make your way now to the group photo session and have a wonderful everyone. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. और को mic. Nothing समस्या है सके. Okay. आप जाके ऊपर का रूम सेटअप करें तिमी चाहिँ स्मार्ट क्लास हाँ यहाँ पहले फोटो शूट वो और one thing guys there is no launch today okay you have to tell everyone to go to food fair
สัก10 ทีก่อน20ก็ได้ ดีค่ะ ยืดตัวหน่อยค่ะ
ไปที่2ได้ขนาดนี้